Welcome to this workshop on cross-cultural communication. I am the presenter or facilitator for today. My name is Muhammad Zaki from the School of Communication and Creative Arts. And together with me as the co-presenter or co-trainer is Miss Ashwarya from the School of, officially School of Social Sciences, but physically is under the School of Computing and Creative Media. Okay, so both of us are here to present a couple of issues and topics in relation to cross-cultural communication. And our primary focus would be more on workplace communication. But of course, we also try to cover aspects that are a bit more general when it comes to cross-cultural interaction, diversity and inclusion, and of course also in terms of how we can improve cross-cultural communication for organizational development. Okay, so I see over here that the number of participants are not many. In a way, it's fine. We are okay with a small number of small number of people. We'll carry on. But since you guys are not many, probably will be asking you to speak more. So I hope you are prepared to share your views and respond to the questions and activities that we are going to do throughout this 3.5 hours, I would say, or 3 hours of the workshop that we'll be doing today. Okay. All right, so this is basically the plan for the workshop. We'll start, we just started, so we'll continue after this with some introduction and ice-breaking session. And then we'll cover some issues about in relation to identifying effective cross-cultural strategies. So that'll be my part. And then after that, Ms. Ashwarya will take over and cover the second topic, which is on cross-cultural issues and challenges, with the focus primarily on non-verbal communication aspect. Then after that, I'll continue with the last part on cross-cultural communication skills and strategies, and we'll conclude after that with a short session of reflection and also open discussion if any one of you would like to share any of your views or add anything based upon what we have covered later on. All right, so we are not many also, so in a way that's good. So please, if you want to interrupt or speak or raise or interject, please do so. You can raise your hand, and I think Hazim has enabled the feature for you to just come in and speak. We don't need to manually switch on or unmute your mic. You can unmute yourself. So if you would like to respond to any issues or any things that myself or Ms. Ashwarya later on cover, you go ahead and come in and interject. All right, so let's start with some brief introduction. Okay, this is more about the objective of the workshop: to identify effective cross-cultural communication strategies, to examine cross-cultural issues and challenges, and to formulate individual and organization strategies. So these are basically in relation to the three parts of the workshop that we are covering for today. The first and the third one is covered by me, and the second one is covered by Ms. Ashwarya. All right, so since we are talking about cultures, let's try and recap and think about our own life experiences. How many cultures have you encountered? Now, of course, I think all of us over here are Malaysians, so I'm sure the standard number of cultures is apparent in accordance to or with the multicultural society that we have over here in Malaysia. But beyond that, can you perhaps list down foreign countries you have been to? But I put it over here just now as a way to, if there are many people, but we are not many. So maybe we can go, each one of you, introduce yourself, tell us your name, which school you are from, or department you're from, and then maybe share with everyone the foreign countries that you've been to, or maybe that you have worked in the past or studied in the past. Not necessarily 5, right? Any example. I put it here maximum 5 in case there are people who have been to so many countries. So listing all of them can be difficult. So maximum 5. But if you have only a few, then it's okay. All of us have different um, types of experiences. So let's do this for now. Just your name, your school, right, department, and then countries that you've been in. All right, so let me start. My name is Zaki, right? I'm from the School of Communication Creative Arts. In total, I was doing some reflection yesterday, how many countries I've been to in my entire life. Yeah, probably slightly more than 10. But the countries that would have the greatest impact in terms of my life and also in terms of my experience would be two countries. One is the country that I went to study in for my postgraduate studies, that is Finland, and the other one is the country that became almost like my second home because my late wife, she's from China, so China, so Finland and China are the foreign countries that I have a lot more experience when it comes to interaction. All right, so Ashwara, next. You are muted, I think.
All right, okay. So I've been to two countries. I did my undergrad in Canada. I was there for 4 years. Was such a big impact in my life and my experiences. And the other country that I've been to is India. So that's about it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Now let me see the list of panelists over here. Okay, Shirley, are you there? You don't need to you don't need to switch on your camera like if you're not comfortable. Just speak.
Okay, hi, I'm Shirley. I'm from SCCM. I've been to 3 countries, Korea, Japan, and Vietnam.
All right, so all in Asia. Okay.
Yes, only Asian countries.
But do you think all these three countries, even though they are in Asia, are they the same or there are differences?
I think there are differences.
Yeah, I'm sure there are, right? Even if
Yeah.
within here in Malaysia, also there are intra differences between groups. All right, thank you, Shirley.
Thank you.
Next, Morgana.
Hi, Miss Morgana from SOSS. Sorry for my voice. I'm not feeling bad.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay. I've been to India only. Only one country I've been to.
Okay, all right. India is such a vast country, isn't it? Right?
Yes.
The
Yes.
which part of India you've been to would
I've
make
been
a
to
lot of
Chennai
difference. Right,
just for the
okay.
tourism purpose. Yes.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Morgana. Hope you get well soon.
Thank you.
All right. Next, Fionn. Fionn, you're there? Okay. So we move to Agnes.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, morning.
I've been to Korea and Singapore.
Okay. Yeah. Sometimes I like to be cynical and say Singapore is not a foreign country. It's just an extension of Malaysia. But yeah, I think Korea nowadays definitely is a big tourist destination because of the popularity of Korean entertainment media. Yeah, it's fascinating that I see some people actually, I mean, they have like tour groups going to visit areas where it was covered in the as location of particular dramas. So that is, I think I find something really remarkable on that part. All right, so I don't see anyone else over here. I think Agnes, yeah, Agnes. Yeah, Agnes, we covered already.
Yes.
Right, so I think that's all as far as our attendees are concerned. So probably if there are some other people who come in later on, we can ask them about their experiences also. Now, yeah, it's not really a matter about how many countries you've been to. I always like to argue with some friends about that because, I'm a bit older compared to maybe all of you over here. And I've had the fortunate uh, uh, part of my life also where I've traveled because of work and also because of studies. Um, and I have friends who have more or less the same experiences also. But I like to argue with them that, compared to, most of you, you've been to probably more countries than me. Some of them, been to like 20, 30 over countries and so on. But if your experience of going to a country is just basically going to the hotel and then the shopping mall, I don't think you are actually learning a lot from your visit to these countries. Which is why I've always, especially during my younger days, when I was not having any commitment yet with kids and family, I used to travel to different countries, and one of the primary goals I had in terms of the way that I travel is I always like to stay with the local people, stay in their homes, visit their homes, so eat their food and follow their cultures, that I can understand more in terms of the cultural differences and learn from these from the communication that we have with them. So I have learned to appreciate that more as I grow older, and I see how some people struggle when it comes to cultural adaptation, when it comes to cross-cultural communication. So in this opportunity that I have to share in this workshop, probably I would want to share a few personal experiences, if you don't mind. All right, so let's look into some, we are academics, right? Always when it comes to discussing anything, we want to define it first. So how do we define culture? All right, now I would like to share, like, these are 5 examples of academic definitions of culture. All right, so anyone, just go through this very quickly. Anyone can perhaps share your views. Which one of these 5 definitions you find to be the most suitable, comprehensive definition of culture? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The first definition focuses on artifacts, rituals, superstitions, heroes, myths, symbols, and taboos. Number 2, focusing more on identity and relationship, ways of thinking, ways of working, ways of communicating. Number 3, focuses on ideals that group members have strong emotions, where there are strong emotional attachments, or strong emotions are attached. Number 4 is about right and wrong, ways of doing things. And number 5 is about subjective behavioral orientations, in one way rather than another. So which definition you think is the best, or maybe the most comprehensive when it comes to defining the word culture? Number 5, number 5 is the longest. Probably yes, is the definition that is loaded with more academic aspect of cultural characteristics, behavior especially, and also covering non-tangible aspects like thinking and learning style, as well as working style and also communication style. All right, so yeah, I think as any one of you who have taken courses in sociology or anthropology, or even maybe a general class on cultural studies and what we have over here in KDU, you would have come across different definitions of culture when you were studying, when you were referring to different textbooks and so on. But for me personally, I find sometimes the academic exercise of defining things sometimes a bit of a hassle, a bit of an inconvenience, because I just want to know what it means from the point of view of the research, or from the point of view of the people that I'm talking to. So, and this is not my original one, this is basically from a workshop that I attended before, and the facilitator said, which I agree, very easy way to define culture is simply the way we do things here. So, so that can be everything, not just in terms of behavior, but also in terms of the emotional, cultural, psychological aspect of it, emotional attachment, ways of thinking, ways of the process of coming to a decision, the process of working in a group environment, and so on. So all of that is covered in this one short phrase, the way we do things over here. Of course, what can probably be a bit of an issue when you define culture in a such simplistic way is that people may assume that you are judging others and you are putting a certain standard in terms of determining what is acceptable and not acceptable. Now, that is something that I believe you cannot run away from. Cultural practices, yes, in most occasions, does not necessarily entail legal argument. What I mean by that is cultural behavior is not necessarily always referring to what is lawful and not lawful according to the constitution or the legal understanding of any particular society or country. That is, to a certain extent, related. But in a more general, comprehensive sense, culture is just about acceptability and familiarity. The things that you are accustomed to, things that you find to be convenient for you, and things that you find to be most practical in the context of your own society, your own environment. Okay? So, and this in a way reveals a bit in terms of my academic background. Yes, as some of you would know, my background in terms of academic qualification is in fact in psychology. My first degree was in psychology, and my second degree, my postgraduate degree or my master's degree was in officially the name of my degree, my master's degree was intercultural counseling. But to be honest, I'm not a trained or a certified counselor, more of a experience or slightly experienced or exposed with social worker type of job in terms of helping because I was doing this program in Finland, and the focus at that time was on adaptation, social adaptation, cultural adaptation for refugees coming into Scandinavia or in Finland in particular. So my exposure or training was more on that. However, of course, my bachelor's degree background in psychology remains until today the main reference when it comes to many things that I do, both in terms of teaching and also writing. So when you look into this particular diagram, this is an iceberg. Yeah, those of you who have studied psychology before, the iceberg or the metaphor of iceberg reminds you of what? What is the name of the psychologist that is often associated with the metaphor iceberg? Anybody knows? No one knows? Yes, Sigmund Freud. Yes. So Sigmund Freud talks about the iceberg as the metaphor for the human mind, where the surface level or the visible part of the iceberg is your conscious mind, and below that is your pre-conscious and unconscious mind. But transporting this in the understanding of culture as a whole, the things that we see in terms of cultural behavior and also cultural symbols, images, rituals, as in observable practices and behaviors, those things are just the tip of the iceberg. There are a lot more that we can actually investigate and understand further in terms of the details, the philosophy, the cultural history, the myth and legends that comes with this, with all the practices. All of that are not necessarily apparent, especially I would say, and this is more of my own amateur interpretation, more so when it comes to Asian cultures, because here in Asia, and I can say for sure, definitely for my own culture, the Malay people, there are a lot of things that are not very direct. A lot of things are, the word that we use in Malay is still sirat. So it's not necessarily things that are said or practiced in a literal or direct manner, but these are values and aspects of thinking that is very much strong in the mind and the psyche of the Malay people in general. Okay, so as you can see over here, the invisible aspect of culture includes communication styles, beliefs about formality, beliefs about hierarchy. Yeah, in Asian culture, that's very, very important, isn't it? Hierarchy. Values. Values refers to things that you find to be acceptable and unacceptable, or things that you find to be important or not important. So these are things that between cultures, it varies, and knowing about them would influence the way that we speak, and what are the things that we can emphasize or we can talk about more, and what are the things that we have to, in a way, be a bit more careful in terms of speaking about this in a direct way with anyone. Listening style, yes, I think that's also an aspect that we'll try to look into to a certain extent later on. Silence, yeah, this is something that I like to talk about because I consider myself to be an introvert. I don't like to speak so much unless I'm asked to speak. And I've seen when it comes to the behavior of people, or the tendency of people to remain silent, can be interpreted in different ways in different cultures. Right? So if you are silent and you remain silent, or you prefer to not say much, right, in one cultural environment, it can actually be viewed in one way. But if you go to another cultural environment, your silence can be interpreted in a totally different way. So that is something that, even with my own limited experience of traveling, I've seen that, and I've learned to appreciate and also in a way adjust my ways of talking or behaving or interacting with others, and see how to best manage in terms of when to speak and when not to speak. Right? Basic truth. Yeah, this would tie with, and I think the reason why this is put at the very bottom, deep into the iceberg, is because even though it's stated, or the word used over here is basic, it's not really that basic. Basic truth means these are the some of the important belief aspect, or part of the belief system of the person, which influence the cultural practices and behavior of that person. Definitely, when we talk about culture in relation to religion, that becomes a whole other issue. I've had my fair share of being involved in debates about this, because I came before from the International Islamic University in Malaysia. A lot of things that we do over there is always about from the Islamic point of view, Islamic perspective. So when you discuss that and you bring cultural analysis into it, so is religion part of culture, or is religion something that is separated from culture? So that is another different level of debate. But I always like to think that your religion, your belief system, forms a very important part in terms of the way that you live your life, the choices that you make, even when it comes to some of the routine aspect of your behavior and habits. Right? It influences you one way or the other, or at least to a certain extent. Okay. I said before that two countries that I am very much, I would say, like, influenced me a lot in terms of the way I've conducted myself, or have influenced me a lot when it comes to cross-cultural communication and also adaptation. One is Finland. So this is me in Finland. When was this? This was in 2001. Now, the thing about Finland that still, in a way, fascinates me whenever I read about the experiences of other people going to this particular country in the Scandinavia, is that people in Finland, they are really they are really quite reserved. They don't speak much, and they value things like silence and also personal distance or personal space. Right, so let me give you one example. So you see this picture over here on top over there. What do you think is going on? What do you think these people are doing? They are queuing, yes, but queuing for what? Anyone? Can you write something on chat at least, right? Where do you think this photo was taken? These people were queuing for what reason? Yeah, Agnes is correct. This is actually a very common view or picture of people in Finland queuing for the bus. Yeah, There's a close-up photo over here, which for people who are not aware about the Finnish way of life, they may find this to be strange, because this is not during the time of pandemic. This is before social distancing became a trend or became a normal practice, right? So Finnish people have been practicing social distancing or personal distancing for years. It's basically part of their culture. So it was really nothing for them, to the point that some people make this joke, which I posted once in my LinkedIn account. Finally, the terrible 2-meter distance is over. Now Scandinavians can go back to their usual 5-meter distance. Maybe 5 meters over here is a bit of an exaggeration, but it's true. Finnish people, it did not take the pandemic or COVID-19 for them to maintain social distancing. They already practiced that a lot. So that is something that I found when I first came to Finland, a bit, not to say a shock, but something that I found to be a bit strange, because coming from Malaysia, where when you line up for the bus or queue for the bus or for the train, you go, very near to the person, and you, in a way, like also try to rush through sometimes. But you see in Finland, people are so orderly, and people don't speak to each other also when they are waiting for anything. And that is, again, the value of silence, or the practice of silence that you have in one particular culture. All right. My other big experience, we don't even queue over here in Malaysia sometimes. But I like to think now things are getting better. If you go during peak hours, taking the LRT, people do queue. But then, of course, you have some of these people who are rebellious or whatever it is, then they would just cut through and run through the queue and the line. But I see Malaysians nowadays are a bit more proactive in terms of defending the practice of queuing. So they would actually, yell at those people who are not queuing. So beratur lah, pergi belakang lah. So I think that's a nice progression, I would say, when it comes to our social etiquette, right? This is my wedding photo in China. So this is still my in-laws in China, even though my wife passed away already. So this was one of our recent visit to China. My daughter here is showing a rather interesting hand gesture over there, which I think later on Aishwarya will touch upon, whether this is something which is appropriate or not. But the reason why I'm showing pictures of food over here is I don't mind sharing this. Perhaps arguably one of the first arguments I had with my wife when we got married, when we first came back to China to visit her family, was about food. And this was a cross-cultural misunderstanding, both in terms of communication and also cultural practices. Now, being a Malay, growing up almost entirely over here in Malaysia, probably more because of a certain sense of conscience that I have from a more spiritual point of view. If someone gives you food, or whenever I have food in front of me, I'll try to finish it, because if you don't finish it, it would be a waste. So I do normally try as best as possible to eat everything clean. But little did I know in China, because especially when I went there as the new groom, right, a visitor from a different country, so they treat me like royalty. So everything, right, food, they come and they would serve to me first. So yeah, some of you over here, Chinese in Malaysia, also probably have the same kind of culture. Also, when you have visitors coming in, so the host will be putting food on your plate, right? So for me, when someone gives me food, my instinct is always I finish it, right? But then it became a problem because it's keep on coming. Whenever I finish my food, people still put things on my plate. So to the point that it became a problem for me to continue eating, because I just could not continue eating anymore. Right? So I had to later on, my father-in-law was kind enough to explain to me, and he got angry also to my wife, to explain that you should tell your husband, if he doesn't want to eat, just leave the food on the table. Just leave it. Don't eat it, because if you eat, the host will think that you still want more, so it will put more on your plate. Right? it's a small thing, but then you can imagine the challenge that I was having because, being someone who was a newlywed couple, we during that first 2 weeks or so, it was very common for us to actually get invitations for lunch and dinner like more than once, more than one dinner invitation or more than one lunch invitation. So every time I had to eat a lot, it became really a big problem after that. So eventually I was taught how to culturally adapt. And this is cultural communication even without saying anything. So if they give you or pass you, put forward, any food on your table or on your plate. If you don't want to take it, it's okay. They won't feel insulted or they won't feel anything negative, right? They understand that you're not going to eat it. It's fine, right? Because, I came from that point of view is if someone gives something to me, I need to eat it. If I don't eat it, then it's a sign of disrespect. I'm not honoring the guest for giving me this food. Yeah, surely it's true. I learned later on also to eat at a very slow pace. Yes, whenever I eat something, memang makan perlahan-perlahan supaya habis lambat. So I finish it very, very late and very slow. Then I know how to pace myself. Yeah, so it's cultural adaptation that I eventually learn how to do. It's an experience that I find to be interesting, right? So that is more about introduction about the issue and also a bit more in terms of how I reflect upon this issue from a personal level, which I hope to be able to share more now from a more professional or workplace communication point of view. So let's jump straight to here now, identifying effective cross-cultural strategies. Anyone would like to add anything from what I've mentioned just now? Some people have put something just now. Yeah, Fion said you must leave the food on the table. If you finish it, means they are not providing enough. Yeah, you are very right. I didn't know about that. So I learned that in a, not to say the hard way, but then in a not so comfortable way because I thought I have to finish the food. Okay, so let's look now into a few more structured information about cross-cultural communication. Okay, cross-cultural strategies, effective cross-cultural strategies. All right, so we are now referring to, there is a particular training package that both Ashwara and I have referred to a lot when it comes to some of this discussion. So we are looking into first now to a checklist that is simply titled Cross-Cultural Checklist. Basically, the whole idea about doing or going through this checklist is if you imagine yourself in a situation where you are about to go to another country or you're about to interact with a group of people who is from a different culture than yourself, then these are the checklists that you can go through in order for you to be at least mentally prepared. What are the things that you should do, and perhaps not to say shouldn't do, but you need to think about how you do it. Okay, so this checklist I find to be very interesting for us to, in a way, prepare ourselves in the event that we have to deal with people from another culture. So let's look into some of these items and discuss whether you know or not know about these things. Okay, this is the first one. Question is, should I anticipate different attitudes about the acceptability of asking personal questions? Yeah. Now, anyone, if you have any experience or any particular incidents or stories that you know, by all means, go ahead and share with all of us. But in general, I would say when it comes to the first question over here, asking personal question, it can be a bit awkward. I think when it comes to most cultures in Asia, I would say, because people are a bit more reserved, you don't go on asking personal questions straight away. Let's say, for example, even something that is even quite basic, like, are you married? Do you ask that to a person that you meet for the first time? Do you ask the a person that you meet for the first time that question? Are you married? I think it depends on the level of relationship. Maybe if it's at a work setting, I think maybe it's okay. But if it's a social setting, then probably if you ask straight away, are you married? Sounds a bit too direct, isn't it? So you need to look into the situation that you are in. Fionn, you do that really? Right, so I one personal question. I remember this particular incident when I first arrived in Finland. They gave me like a student chaperone. One of the students became like my chaperone for 1 week or 2 weeks during the orientation, and she was as a female student, right? She picked me up at the train station and then brought me to my student apartment, and we started talking about our own, personal background, family background, and so on. What I found to be a bit rather uncomfortable was that she started to tell or share me things. It's the first time I'd met her, and my first day in Finland, right? She started telling me about some really personal stories to the point that, in Finland, it's a country where suicide rate is one of the highest in the world. It is also, interesting enough, a country that is supposedly having like one of the highest happiness level and other positive things, but it also has amongst the highest suicide rate in the world. So this, student chaperone of mine, in that very first conversation that we have, explaining about her background, she was telling me, "Oh, my younger sister committed suicide last summer. She hung herself in a room, blah blah blah." So, okay, right. So I guess when it comes to certain cultures, it's okay for you to say things like that, but then be careful lah. I think if you go to a country which is a bit more reserved, a bit more conservative, you don't go on and ask personal questions like that. Right. Number two over here, should I anticipate different attitudes towards the acceptability of humor and emotions? Yeah, I think the use of humor, I think it depends on what kind of jokes and things that you say. This can be in Malaysia a bit of an intergenerational kind of issue. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I hate to stereotype people, but then I do see a lot amongst my own circle of friends and relatives that sometimes, Malay people tend to be a bit careless when it comes to making jokes that are sexist, that are also in a way appear to be making fun or putting down and patronizing other people. So I think these are things that I would say clearly it's wrong. But when it comes to situations where it has become a bit of a norm for certain groups of people, I would say, as I would say to my kids, you can't change people if they are already, very accustomed or very, used to saying things like that. You can tell yourself, I won't get involved. I don't want to be like this. But these are the things that sometimes, there is a saying, both in psychology also and also from my own Islamic tradition, they say that when a person is already at the age of 40 and above, it's difficult for you to change their personality. Yeah, I think to a certain extent or to a large extent, you can say it's true. But as a student of psychology, I have to be optimistic in terms of my views about human behavior, that people can change, or there should be ways where people can change. But then, of course, for some people, for certain groups of people, the change is a bit difficult for us to actually do. All right, should I anticipate different attitudes toward the acceptability of interrupting? Now, many of you over here are lecturers. Are you okay if a student straight away, when you are teaching, ask you a question or give a comment without raising their hands or anything like that? Agnes, are you okay with that? If a student just straight away gives his opinion and it interrupts you when you're talking. Lecturers over here, Fionn, Agnes, Morgana, are you okay with that?
Not really, Zaki.
Not really? So do you
Depend on the question. So yeah.
So you prefer more for them to raise their hands and
Yes.
and then
So
speak?
mid of teaching, they suddenly asking the question is not the proper way, right?
Yeah, I think I would say most of us are like that lah. Myself also, I find it to be a bit disruptive. But then I saw, and this was in a way a bit, one of the cultural adaptation thing I had to do when I was in Finland also. I remember during the first time I had to do a class presentation, I luckily enough I presented last, but I saw my other classmates when they were presenting, the students and the lecturers, they keep on like interrupting the presenter. Just suddenly just went on to interject or ask a question or give a comment. So made the presentation to me to be not very flowing very well. Right. So when it came to my turn to present, believe it or not, I actually said, I would like to present first for 10 minutes. Keep your questions and ask me after I finish. So I was putting down my own rule when it comes to presentation. So uh, um, yeah, I guess it was okay. I wasn't like in a way putting it down as if I was angry or anything, but in a way I was trying to set certain ways of doing things so that I feel it's not nice if I'm presenting and suddenly someone like interject. Would basically interrupt my flow of thoughts. So I don't want that. But that is something that you need to be a bit more careful. I guess when it comes to, any working environment during a meeting, do you need to raise your hand before you speak? It depends, I guess, with the situation, who is your boss, what kind of person he or she is. Some individuals are okay for you to just simply interrupt or say your opinion in reaction to whatever they say. But some others, I think you need to be careful, right? Because one of the things I appreciate being a student and teacher of psychology is that, yes, we study individual differences. We recognize differences both in terms of positive aspect and also negative aspect, right? So the reality is there are people who can very easily get offended and if they get offended and that's it, it's fine. But some people they get offended and they become vindictive, right? So it's something that you need to be careful of when it comes to certain situations like that. All right, next. Should I anticipate different expectations about expression of criticism and anger? I would say yes, definitely true, right? You need to look into the situation that you are in the context of organizational communication when it comes to meetings, when it comes to consultations, when it comes to your appraisal meeting with your supervisors, right? Can you counter the opinion of your bosses? Right? Can you express maybe your dissatisfaction and anger about certain things? I like to say that you should be able to, right, express whatever feelings and opinions or even anger that you have, but learn to do this in a proper way. Not by raising your voice, right? Not by using any offensive or vulgar words, but be descriptive. The point that I always like to use, having taught before courses in personality psychology, and cross-cultural psychology before, we emphasize on informative language. So you describe your feelings, so you describe your opinion. You don't use judgmental words that you are wrong, you are stupid, that kind of thing. No, but you describe, right? This was what was decided, and this is what I think is not so good. So you describe your opinion rather than putting in your judgment or your opinion to the point that you are where you can be interpreted as being personal in terms of your comments. Okay, should I anticipate different attitude towards addressing difficult issues directly? Yeah, I think definitely over here in Malaysia, we deal with the reality in which that there are issues that are considered to be taboo in this country or in our society. But I like to think that our society now has become a bit more open when it comes to discussing issues. But always, I've at times when it comes to dealing with some of my younger colleagues, who are under me and in my capacity as the academic department head, I would tell them that, it is within our rights to have an opinion, but it would be wrong for us to think that just because we have an opinion that we are right. Okay, so it's okay for you to address difficult issues or, presenting an argument, but don't go on and having the attitude that, just because you have an opinion, your opinion is correct, and your opinion must be accepted. So these are the things that you need to bear in mind. Do I know what style of feedback is acceptable? Yeah, this needs to be understood. I've come to accept that there are students, even over here in KDU also, who can be very direct in terms of the comments that they make about you in your teaching evaluation report, for example, which I actually quite uh, um, excited about to read because I want to know exactly what they feel. But then at times when they start to be a bit more biased in terms of their views, in terms of some very personal comments about the lecturers, style of talking or even like physical characteristics. So that would be something I would say no, right? Not that kind of feedback. But if it's something which is again describing a situation, describing an action, then I think it's something that we ought to encourage as much as possible. All right. Next over here, do I know when to use first names and surnames? And this is something I find very interesting and sometimes confusing about our local people here in Malaysia. Yeah, I think like for me, for example, over here in Malaysia, it's fine. People call me Mr. Zaki. But whenever I go overseas, or especially during the time when I was in Finland, people always call me like Mr. Samsudin, which is my father's name. So that is something that requires, right? If you are coming from a different country, coming to Malaysia, you need to recognize that we don't have surnames, the Malays over here. Chinese people, for example, because you want to get around that confusion, sometimes you just purposely put your family name at the end of your name, isn't it? Right. So like Fion, for example, right? You see her name over here, Ling Fion Hong. Right. Hong is your family name. But then, when you write it officially in your birth certificate or IC, it's the other way around, right? So these are the things that would be good for you to know. What I find to be sometimes not good lah, people over here in Malaysia, when we have foreign visitors from Western countries who come here, because we are accustomed to address people using their first name, right? Because orang Melayu kan tak ada surname, so first name, right? So you call people like according to their Christian name, like Dr. David, Dr. Susan, when in fact that is their first name, it's not their surname. I've seen some examples of people from the West who came over here. They got a bit startled at first. Someone called them Dr. Susan or Mr. John, Mr. Jack. So it's a bit unusual. So that is something that I guess when it comes to non-official interaction, it's okay. But if any one of you, I know some of you already had the experience of dealing with official ceremonies, official events where you have certain protocols that you may want to follow. So you need to know about these things so that you don't call someone or address someone in the wrong way, and that would, in a way, somehow later on put a bad picture in terms of their impression towards us. Professional titles to use. Now, this is something over here in Malaysia. Some people are very particular. There is a legend over here in KDU of a person whom I don't know. I think most of you over here are not necessarily long-serving staff, but there was a legend many years ago of a person who has two PhDs, and he actually insists to be called Doctor. So I think that's a bit weird, to say the least, because definitely for any one of you who have the chance to study overseas, your professors would normally just ask you to address them by their first name, especially when it comes to conversations. You don't call them like prof this or prof that or doctor this, doctor that, just call them by their first name. But then of course, when you are addressing them in an official ceremony, you address them using the respective title. But over here in Malaysia, that one is a bit sensitive lah. I've seen many examples, or even like people that I considered to be close friends, when they got their PhD, started to call themselves doctor, even when it comes to talking to friends. Yeah, probably I'm putting in my judgment a bit when it comes to this, but I really feel that's something which is not necessary, right? You ought to, I think I would like to believe more that, your name is what is as what your parents gave you your name. Whatever pangkat, title like you have, doctor ke, professor ke, datuk ke, Tan Sri ke, that's not your name. But then the reality is in our country, those things are important. So as I would tell students also, if you have any events or you're writing a formal letter, whether you like it or not, these things you have to ensure that you comply properly. Okay, you cannot take it for granted. I've had, because I've served in a public university before, public universities also you have professors who are very particular about this. If they have professor already and you call them doctor, dia marah. Dia kata, apa doktor? I professor tau. So, benda macam ni kena tahulah. Yes, I think you may not like it, but as I would say to my kids, there are many things in the world that you don't like, but, if doing it doesn't kill you or doesn't harm anyone, just do it lah. Right? So, at the very least, you are not offending anyone or you're not creating trouble or uneasiness in the situation or in the environment for anyone else. Should I anticipate different attitudes towards small talk? Yeah, I know some people are naturally very good at this. My colleague who is supposed to be here is not here today, Miss Murina. I've seen over the years the way that she interacts with people. She's really good when it comes to small talk. I'm really not good at small talk. I'm normally someone who's a bit impatient when it comes to talking to people. Just straight away come to the point and then settle everything as quickly as possible. But I've seen, some of my colleagues in, because MASCOM and School of Communication, they are very good when it comes to small talk, which definitely is a good thing to have when it comes to creating first impression. But then I always like to think that first impression or small talk is just, getting through the first door. When it comes to getting through or getting things done, there are other more important things for you to do. Yeah, okay, someone's smiling over there. Right? But notwithstanding, right, what I've said just now, I do not want to downplay the importance in a way of small talk or the role of small talk or the skill of having the ability or skill of doing small talk. It's good to have that, and I've learned over the years to be a bit better when it comes to this. Especially when it comes to talking to parents when they come, right? Don't straight away and ask them, what do you want, right? So you start with some small talk, basic conversation like where you're from, where do you stay, right? So that kind of thing, just to in a way establish some form of rapport. So I think that is something that there are some of you over here who are also support staff. I'm sure you deal a lot with students, parents also, I guess, come to the campus or call you on the phone. So it's something that I think we ought to understand. The role of small talk is important on that level when it comes to establishing first impression, so that after that the conversation gets a bit easier, or at least more pleasant. Should I anticipate different expectations about the use of silence? So this is something I've covered just now. Yes, I think in some countries more conservative, they like or appreciate silence, but maybe for some others, not so. All right, let me be very quick now to cover this before I pass to Ms. Aishwarya. Should I anticipate different attitudes towards the importance of saving face? Very important in our culture, isn't it? So you cannot be, when it comes to passing any negative feedback, to be personal in terms of your comments. So you need to ensure that the person does not lose face. So this is something that, not just the Chinese people, that sometimes people like to say about this. I think all Asian societies in general have this as part of the values that they really adhere to. So I think we ought to consider that. Should I anticipate a different use of tone or pitch when speaking? Now, I like to normally say, touch upon this to my own Malay people, because Malay people, the Malay language, it's not a tonal language as compared to like Chinese, Japanese, Korean. It's a tonal language, right? Different words, different tone, different meaning. But the Malay language is not a tonal language, so sometimes Malay people are a bit insensitive when it comes to the tone that you use. You think that it's okay. So that is at times, I can't come to any examples, but it's the things that I've observed over the years can be an issue when it comes to Malay people when they talk to others. Should I expect different attitudes towards display of affection? Yes, all right. So this is something that more in terms of nonverbal behavior, But also when it comes to verbal expression of affection and feelings and so on, need to look into the situation, all right? What cultural environment that you are in and so on. Okay. All right. So in discussing about this, this is my own personal theory. I would say key strategies when it comes to cross-cultural communication can be summarized into three broad terms. One is perception. Number two is curiosity, right? Perception is you need to perceive, understand that there are multiple points of views, multiple perspective. Curiosity is appreciating that there are things that you can learn and uncover new things about different cultural practices, different values and ways of doing things, communication styles and so on. Number three is a point that we'll cover later on at the end of the workshop. All right, so we now come to the second part of the workshop on cross-cultural issues and challenges, communication styles, focusing on non-verbal aspects. So I would like to invite now my co-presenter or co-trainer, Ms. Ashwarya. Over to you, Ashwarya.
All right, thank you. Are we going to do a quick break now of 10 minutes, or should we just go into the next part? What does everyone think?
I think we can go straight away. Go.
Go straight into it, yeah? All right,
Yeah.
okay. All right, so we are going to start off with a quick activity. So initially the plan was to put everyone into breakout groups and to do the discussion, but looking at the number of participants, I think we will just do it as one group. So let me share my screen. Okay, I'm sharing my screen now. So basically, this is an activity, an exercise sheet where it is going to contain a number of descriptions and they will appear in pairs. And we are going to go through each one of this one by one, and we are going to determine which one of these descriptions on the opposite sides is more like our country or more like our culture, right? And once we are done with that, at the end, maybe we'll go around and talk or discuss about um, when you'll be required to basically choose one or two statement pairs where that you find interesting, and you're going to be thinking about what misunderstandings will arise when people who actually follow culture A and people who follow culture B interact with each other. All right. So initially, again, like we planned earlier, I was supposed to be giving this in groups, and we're going to go through this for 10 minutes, and then we will be discussing. But I think there's a change of plan. What we are going to do now is I'm just going to go through each one of this, and we are going to be gathering feedback in the chat box. All right. So let us get started with the first statement, first pair of statement. So I hope this is big enough for everyone to read.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay. So in some countries, people tend to talk quite quickly, frequently interrupting others. That is country A. And in other countries, people tend to talk in a slow and considered way, rarely interrupting. So which one of this do you think Malaysians, you can associate Malaysians to? You can put your response in the chat box. Is it A? Is it B? Malaysia is A, okay. People talk very quickly. Okay. The next one. Okay, something it's B. People tend to talk in a very slow manner. Okay, I see A again. Okay, right. Let's move to the next statement. In some countries, people talk very loudly and they're not concerned. They don't actually bother if people overhear their conversation. And on the other side, we have people who are more soft-spoken and they are very concerned about who is listening to their conversation, right? So which one of this is us? Number two. A, okay. Do you see this a lot? Where people talk very loudly and you can actually hear the conversations up until the details of their personal life. Okay, it's mostly A. We see a lot of A. I see this a lot, especially in the lifts, in the elevators. Um, I don't know about others, but when I get into the elevators, I try to keep quiet because I also don't answer phones, assuming I get the signal because I don't really like it when other people hear my personal conversations, me talking to other people, so I keep quiet. But what I see is that most people are actually pretty loud and that you can overhear what they're speaking, the personal details of their lives and all that. So I think Malaysians actually belong to the A category,
Yeah.
right? Okay, let's go to number 3. All right, so number 3 is in terms of physical gestures. So smiling, waving, banging the table to emphasize what they're saying, versus people who do not use as many physical gestures. So which one is us? A, okay.
Is it really? Do you see over here in KDU people talk and banging the table?
You guys see that? I don't really see that, but I really think Malaysians are very expressive. You know, they use a lot of gestures. I do when I speak. I gesture a lot. I
Mhm.
make a lot of hand movements. So I believe, yeah, Malaysians are pretty expressive.
Yeah, I think hand gestures is true now. We are quite animated the way that we
Yeah,
speak, isn't it? Mhm.
right. Okay, right. So let's go to number 4. Okay, in some countries, demonstrating interest in what other people have to say means you maintain a good eye contact with them. So this is in regards to eye contact. In some other countries, you show them respect by not making direct eye contact or a prolonged eye contact. So which one, where do we belong to? Do we make a lot of eye contact? Is it appropriate in our culture?
Is it? Anyone?
I think there's a mix. There's a we can't say A or B. I'm not sure what others think, but I think we belong somewhere in the middle. Some people don't. I think this is more of a personal, um,
Mhm.
a personality kind of thing.
You know,
A.
those of you who are lecturers, when you lecture, do you make eye contact with your students or not?
Yes, and I would prefer the student having the high contact with me also.
Okay, all right. I don't. I can tell you that honestly. I find it uncomfortable. I've learned over the years, and this is a trick that
Mhm.
my personal trick, so to speak, because you need to maintain in a way looking in front. But I feel uncomfortable about making direct eye contact. What I do is I will look into their foreheads,
Okay.
slightly
Because
above
in
their
that,
eye.
right, right.
So some students over the years have recognized that, but most students don't lah. Right? But some I've seen make comments later on. Mr. Zaki always seems to be looking at my head.
Yeah, we will cover a bit on this later actually, because in
Yeah.
some culture, making that eye contact means you are actually showing them respect and that you are
Mhm.
into that conversation, right? In some other culture, it's more like you're challenging them, you know, it's like you're being rude. The longer you look into their eyes, it's like the more you're challenging them. So there is a cultural difference there when it comes to eye contact as well. Okay, next one. In some countries, even people who do not know each other very well will hold hands, embrace, you know, when they're greeting strangers, embracing is fine, placing their arms around each other's shoulders is fine. But in some other countries, people are taught not to touch other people that they do not know. So basically, do not touch strangers, do not try to embrace strangers or whatever not. So are we A or B when it comes to communication via touch?
B. Mhm.
Any answer?
I think we have a few answers over here. They are B.
Okay, all right. Question 5, yes. The answer
Mm.
is B. It's obviously B because we are very reserved and there are certain cultural boundaries as well when it comes to the use of touch in communicating. So
Mhm.
usually when we see strangers, it's just an exchange of words and nothing more than that, right? Okay, next, number 6, the use of space. In some countries, people talk to each other. When they talk to each other, they stand or sit at a considerable distance. So there is a certain distance. In some other cultures, people actually sit very close. There's not much of a space thing going on. So this is actually going back to what Mr. Zaki covered about the Finnish, right? So
Mhm.
which one, where do we belong to here? Do we stand very close to other people when we speak? Okay.
Yeah.
Not too close, yeah. And I think also the physical distancing rule kind of changed everybody's um, the way people maintain the physical distance as well. 6 is A. Okay, all right, great. Number 7. Okay, in some countries, people are pretty direct. They're very frank in the way they speak. So whatever that they feel, they just say it out. They do not really filter what they are saying. But in some of the countries, people are less direct in the way they speak. They do not directly say what they mean, but they might, hide a few details, or perhaps they do not want to offend you by saying what they actually mean. So where do Malaysians belong to? Are we very direct, straightforward, or are we less direct?
Mhm.
Okay, B, it's mostly B, yes. Especially if it's a stranger, right? We do not really be extremely honest with them. Okay, right. Number 8. So in some countries, people are happy to talk about their personal and family life, their colleagues, probing into personal details and whatnot, while in other countries, people like to keep their private life and their personal life separate, so they don't dwell into each other in different settings. So where or which one do we belong to? Okay, we ask personal details. Okay.
I think we do ask, right? But then the not so good thing about some of our practices is sometimes we don't ask directly, but we gossip behind. So that's something else.
Yeah, I think even in work setting, we all share about our personal lives. We all share about our family, our kids, and all that. So that happens. But maybe when it comes to strangers, we are not so much into sharing our personal details. But we actually see a lot of these videos and memes going around, about how all this aunties always love asking, hey, when are you getting married? Hey, when are you having kids? When are you having the next kids and all that? So I think it happens. Like there are people who like to probe into personal details, and in different settings, people don't really do that much. So again, that also depends on the settings that we are in. All right. The next one, question 9. People are happy to talk about their accomplishments without embarrassment or shame. So, meaning to say, whatever that they achieve, whatever that they attain, if they have won something, they openly talk about it. They go around saying, "Hey, I won this. Hey, I got this." It's such a proud moment for them that they are okay with sharing it with everyone. While in other countries, in some other cultures, if they have won something, even if they have won something and they're extremely happy and proud about it, it's not okay to go around sharing it because it sounds like they are boasting about it. So where do we belong to? So if you have won something, if you have accomplished something, you keep it quiet. So question 9 is both A and B depending on the personality. Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think this is also very interesting in the context of job appraisal. Some people they like to do their work quietly. They don't want to talk about their achievements, accomplishments, and so on.
Okay.
And then, there are others who are very loud in terms of announcing or sharing about their accomplishment. But,
Okay.
because appraisal is based on what you say and what people can see. So sometimes it can become that it can be a problem for those who are a bit shy, they don't want to talk about what they have done.
Right.
So in a way, I think we ought to, even if more like A, no, even though if we are more like B, we need to try a bit more to become more like A lah. In our own way.
Right. Actually, I think to be honest, we are more inclined to be.
Yeah.
Asians are pretty much they're very uncomfortable talking about what they have done, what they have accomplished, because they also have this belief that when you go around boasting about your accomplishments, it's like you're inviting all these negative energy, those evil eye concept and all that. So people just keep it to themselves rather than going around sharing it. While in the Western cultures, in the Western societies, you have to tell people what you've accomplished, or else how would they know what you've done? So that kind of mindset, difference in the mindset between these two cultures. Okay, and the last question. This is very much related to what Mrs. Zaki covered earlier on the formal greetings. So in some countries, people tend to communicate in a very informal way using first names, rarely use formal titles, and in some other countries, people use the formal titles. So where are we?
Yeah, I think this one we are obviously B lah.
Yeah, we actually, I think we all fall in B over here. It's we are required actually to use formal titles, just like some of your comments in the chat box earlier. Sometimes you're demanded to use the titles that comes with your names. So as we can see, these are the cultural differences, yeah, between when it comes to certain things, especially when it comes to non-verbal communication. So now that we have seen all the statements over here, can you choose one statement pair? This 10 over here. I'll just make this small so that we can see all of it or most of it, right? In which one of these, yeah, when you think about it, let's say there's a person from culture A and culture B are communicating with their own style. Which one of this is going to create the most amount of misunderstandings according to your point of view? Is it the first statement, second, third, or anything else? What do you think? So choose a statement pair and think about or think about which one of these statement pairs is going to create the most amount of conflict or misunderstanding when people of these two different cultures interact with each other.
Anyone?
I think I'll just give them some time to go through the
Yeah, I
statements.
think number one is about interruptions. Number two is about tone, speaking loudly and so on.
Mhm.
Number three is about physical gestures. Number four is about eye contact. Number
Mhm.
five is about physical, is it physical touch?
Yeah, physical
So, yeah,
touch. Yeah.
physical touch. Number six is about personal space or
Space. Yeah.
distance, personal distance. Number seven is about indirect and direct way of talking. Number eight is about family or personal issues, right? Number nine is about accomplishments, talking about your success, achievements, and so on. And number 10 is about formality. Okay. Yeah, interesting. I would say when it comes to workplace communication over here in Malaysia, especially if you are dealing with, as some of you shared, experience studying in public university, the public sector lah in general. Um, uh, one of the key areas or one common areas where, not to say misunderstanding, but arguments can happen is the last one, protocol, formality and so on. It's just something that we cannot run away from. It's strongly embedded in our culture, or in our way of doing things. So we have to follow that. Right. But what do you guys think? Someone at least should give your opinion. Which one? Gestures, right?
The gestures or physical touch even.
Fion, any particular, real incidents or anything that you know that has happened because of gestures? It's okay.
I think personally to share, I think I just shared this in the chat box earlier. So I was a student in Canada, and I was only 19, where I was not very well versed with formal titles and all that. And I sent an email to my professor, and I accidentally referred. I knew she's a professor and that she goes by the doctor title as well, but I used the word ma'am instead of prof and doctor. So she did reply the email, and she did reply my question. But at the end, she also mentioned, please refer to me as professor and not ma'am. So I go like, ouch.
Mhm.
And that's where I learned that you have to go, with formal titles
Yeah.
in professional settings. Yeah. What about others?
Mhm. When it comes to show of affection, right? When it comes to that, even when it comes to weddings, I'm old enough to remember when it comes to weddings in the past, the bride and the groom normally they don't show any sign of affection. It's not even like common to see them smiling during the wedding, because in a way it's like a very formal environment. You are having your relatives, your elders in front of you, so you're supposed to be in your best behavior, both in terms of, not just in terms of not doing anything crazy, but it's just also not showing so much emotion. But I see these days, I think we are now a bit more open when it comes to that, when it comes to wedding ceremonies and so on. So I guess things can change, but then of course changes when it comes to things like this, it comes slowly, lah, right?
I think you have to smile, you have to be a
Mhm.
bit physical in the wedding systems, because the photographers will make you do so.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Nowadays it's because of that, lah. But
yeah.
in the past, if any one of you have any chance to see the photos of your own parents when they got married, see their
Mhm.
faces. You can see it's like very formal like that. But now things have
Yeah.
changed now. Yeah, it's okay to give a friendly hug. Yeah, yeah, I guess so.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Also, you shake hands. We just say hi from distance.
Yeah, the Malay people have this culture of, salam kan, cium tangan. So that is
Mhm.
sometimes, do you need to do that with your Malay teachers or your Malay, bosses, supervisor? I'd say no, lah, you don't need to. But then I do understand that there are some people actually require you to do that or demand you to do that. So on that part, it's more of a personal level.
Mhm.
But generally, I myself, maybe because I'm a bit of someone who is a bit anti-establishment also, I don't inculcate to my kids that you have to do that. But of course, with their grandparents, because it's something that in a way that is expected for them to do so, then you do them. But then with non-relatives, right, don't do that. There's no need for you to do that. Then again, you have to look into your own family values or practices when it comes to this. My own, view when it comes to all of this, as I said just now, you would do this, you would do whatever that is needed in order to, make people feel comfortable, right? If you don't do it and people feel that it's offensive or not comfortable, then you just take that into account. It's not for anything else.
Mhm. See, that's the thing with nonverbal communication. It is better to actually ask
Yeah.
than assume what they are, than assume that this is what they actually mean, or this is what they're actually trying to say. And in conditions where it's very ambiguous, we don't understand, or we think like, why is this person doing this? Why is this person not making eye contact with me? It is always best to ask, why are they not making that eye contact, right? Okay, if there's no other questions or comments on this, I think we will move to the next part, where I'm going to talk a bit on the nonverbal communication. We are going to be discussing on the few aspects of nonverbal communication, how it differs culturally, and also related a bit to workplace setting as well. All right, I'll stop sharing this and share my slides.
Yeah, are you muted? Can you check? You try again.
Guys hear me now?
Can. Go ahead. We can hear you now.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So I was earlier connected to my Bluetooth device, and it's not working now. Right. So let's go. So I'm putting this in presenter view. You guys are able to see the slides, I'm assuming. Right. Okay. So let us start off with non-verbal communication. So verbal communication is basically those words that we utter, those words that we say. Yeah. And non-verbal communication is basically those things that we don't say, or those things that's where it's not in the form of words, but these are basically the cues, these are basically the hints that we give out in our communication. So as we all know, non-verbal communication basically carries the most amount of meaning in our interactions. Research finds that it actually brings about 4 times the meaning in our interaction. That being said, 80% of the meaning that comes from our interaction or communication is coming from non-verbal communication. Yeah. So just let's say someone is asking you a question. So what are you doing tonight? Right. So when someone asks us a question, it might sound ambiguous, it might sound very vague to us. So what we do is that we like to take a look at their body language, their nonverbal cues. So how are they standing when they're asking that question, or what kind of tone are they using when they're asking that question? Does it sound like he genuinely wants to know what I'm doing tonight? Or does it sound like she is trying to invite me to join her in whatever that she's doing tonight? Or does she want to join me in whatever that I'm doing tonight, right? So that it is just a one sentence, it's just a one statement thingy, but the non-verbal cues that they're giving out is what that is going to carry the meaning in their in the interaction, right? We also have to understand that non-verbal cues are pretty universal, meaning to say when we speak of cultures, every culture practices or exhibit or give out non-verbal cues. Everybody speak with gestures, everybody speak with body language, posture, though it might vary according to different cultures, but every culture gives out non-verbal cues. The thing with non-verbal cues is that we are not consciously aware that we are giving out non-verbal cues. Yeah, so we are not consciously, right now I'm not consciously, I mean, now that I'm speaking about it, yes, I am conscious, but most of the time we are not consciously aware that we are making all these hand movements. That is a difference in the intonation when you speak. When you have to emphasize on a certain thing, you maybe increase your voice a bit. There's a higher pitch in the way you speak, right? Take for example, yeah, this brings me back to my childhood, where facial expression used to carry a lot of meaning in the interaction. So let's say, let's assume it's 9 o'clock in the morning, your mom walks into the room and you're still sleeping, and you see your mom there and she gives you this one particular facial expression. You know that she's angry, she's upset, and that it's time for you to wake up, right? To get up to get off the bed, right? So this is what I mean by non-verbal cues, non-verbal communication. She doesn't have to say that word. She doesn't even have to utter a single word. Just by looking at her face, just by looking at the facial expression, we know that this is what she means or this is what she's feeling,
right? So that is how much of an impact nonverbal communication makes in our daily interaction, and we too respond to them accordingly. We see someone, giving out a certain cue, we respond to that accordingly, right? And as Peter F. Drucker has said, the most important thing in communication is not really about what one is saying, but it is about hearing what that is not being said. So basically, everything other than the words, right? So moving on. So these are some of the types of nonverbal communication cues that we will be looking at. We'll be starting off with facial expressions. So how are we using our facial muscles to communicate, to show our emotions? Followed by gestures, where we make hand movements, deliberate hand movements to symbolize something or to show something. Followed by paralinguistics. Paralinguistics is basically the difference in the intonation of our voice, the pitch, how loud we are, or the highs and lows in our voice. So all this falls into paralinguistics. Followed by body language and also posture. So how are we sitting? How are we standing? Are we smiling? How is our handshake like? Are we actually crossing our arms when we are talking to someone? So all these things falls under body language. Followed by haptics. Haptics is the type of communication via touch. So touching people when we are communicating with them, whether we are touching them or not, and the different types of touch that can actually convey different types of meaning in different situations. The next one is appearance. Of course, our appearance is also a non-verbal cue. Just by looking at us, people can actually form an impression. All right, so how we look like, how we have dressed up, all these things will influence people's perception about us. All right, and the last one is, of course, artifacts. Artifacts is are basically those tools, those things that we carry with us that tells people, even without us explaining about who we are, these artifacts would tell people that he must be this, she must be this, right? So we'll go into detail with each one of this. Please interrupt me if you have any questions. Okay, all right. So like I mentioned earlier, facial expressions actually carry a lot of meaning, and this is responsible for a majority of our conversations, right? So imagine speaking to someone without making facial expressions. A lot of people make facial expressions, but I'm not saying that it's impossible to talk without facial expressions. I do know of some people who actually speak without any expressions at all. We might consider that to be robotic or even wooden. But when you speak with all these expressions and the cues, it actually carries more meaning. Yeah. And facial expressions are also pretty unique. There are certain facial expressions that's pretty universal. You see, there is no cultural boundary to facial expressions. People all over the world, when they speak, they express themselves, they express their emotions via their face. Yeah, but there are certain basic facial expressions that we would consider universal. Universal in the sense that they are all expressed the same way all over the world. So no matter which part of the world you go to, when they express their faces in a certain way, you know that that is what they are feeling, because universally we all express the same way, right? So there are 6 facial expressions that I've actually put up on the slides, right? And let us see if you can guess what each one of these is, right? So let us look at the first one, the one on the top left. What do you think that is? What kind of facial expression is that? What does it signify? What emotion is that? Anger, all right, of course. And how do we know that? Usually emotions are, we can actually guess people's emotions by looking at their eyebrows. It gives it off. Yeah. The next one, the one in the middle, top middle. Surprised. Okay, that is close. No, close. Okay, this is actually fear, right? To fear something, you see something scary, and this is the universal expression for fearful, to be fearful. Okay, the next one on the top right. Disgusted, yeah, good. So we can see that from the mouth and the nose and the cheeks. Okay, the next one on the bottom left. Happy, yes, of course. So the show of teeth, smile, the cheeks, that tells us that this person is happy. Next. Bottom middle. No, not much of shock. You see, when you see something amazing in front of you, what kind of emotion is that? Wow, yeah, right. You're amazed. You're wow. You go wow, right? And you are in awe of something. Okay, and the last one. This is also pretty universal. Sadness, yeah. So show of tears, even faces scrunching, so you know that this person is sad, right? So that's how important facial expression is when we are communicating with people, right? A simple smile or a simple frown tells the listener or tells the person in front of you what you are feeling, and that they will respond to that. Right, moving on. Okay, this is another interesting one. Gestures, yeah. Gestures are basically those deliberate movements that we make with our hands, usually, right? And this is an important way of communication without the use of words, okay? Most of the time we use gestures because it saves time and it also simplifies things. They act as a symbol that simplifies the things that we are about to say, okay? Some common gestures that we use includes thumbs up, right? We do the thumbs up, we do the thumbs down. We look at our watch when something is running for too long, when something is just getting too boring, we just look at our watch. Okay, so as a speaker, we know that, hey, the listener is actually feeling bored, right? Or even say when we roll our eyes in disbelief, when someone is telling a story and we just don't buy it, we just don't believe it, we roll our eyes, right? So these are all considered gestures. But we also have to understand that there are certain gestures that is considered appropriate in one culture but not appropriate in the other. So what we might think is appropriate in our cultures might be considered rude or even offensive in some other cultures, right? So even though gestures are something that is done by people all over the world across the cultures, there are certain gestures that could be culturally offensive, right? So let's look at each one of this one by one. Okay, the first one is the peace sign. You see, the most common way of posing, especially for those who were born in the 90s and maybe, yeah, in that era. So when our parents asked to pose for pictures, we immediately do this, the peace sign, right? And but these days, people are actually making that mini love sign, right? Okay, but the thing with the peace sign is that it is pretty universal. People understand that this is peace. But with the peace sign, you know, with the when you turn it around with the palm facing inward, this could be considered very offensive in countries like UK, Australia, Ireland, and also New Zealand. Okay, this is actually equivalent to the middle finger in these countries. So it can be considered very rude. So if you're visiting these countries or if you're interacting with people from these cultures, we might want to avoid, yeah, making this sign. Yeah, right. The next one, the okay sign. Okay, so when people ask how was the food, we do this. It was okay, right? When people ask how do I look like, we do that. Beautiful. right? Or if people are asking us questions as a sign of approval, we do this. So if I ask you guys, is my audio working fine? You know, if you do this, then it means that you are giving me the approval. But in some other countries, if you do this, in countries like Turkey, Brazil, Venezuela, and also France, this is a vulgar slang. It is not okay to do this. Okay, moving on to the next one, the stop sign. Okay, we might think that this is pretty universal. When you do this and with people all over the world, we assume that everybody knows that this means stop. Okay, don't speak or don't drive or whatever, so just stop. Okay, but there is one country that thinks that this particular hand gesture is very offensive or very rude, which is in Greece. Okay, so why is this rude? Why is this offensive? You see, there is a stigma that dates back to the ancient times, to the old times, where you know, those prisoners or criminals, they will be paraded through the streets, right? So that people can see what they have done. They are shackled, of course. When they're paraded through the streets, the onlookers, people who are watching them, the gawkers, people who are looking at them, they're allowed to smear, say, charcoal or excrement or any other, you know, dirty stuff on the faces of the criminals by using their palms. Okay, so which is why in Greece, if you were to do this, people would see this as a sign of humiliating them, because this is what they used to do to humiliate the criminals back in the old days, right? So if you still do this, people still see this being associated to what they used to practice in the old days. Yeah, it could mean no or go away. So this is what we think in most cultures, but in Greece, it means a completely different thing. It is a sign of humiliation. So perhaps we might not want to do this if we visit Greece. Okay, the next one. The last one. Okay, so this sign, this is a pretty universal sign too, I believe, adapted by the rockers. So it means to rock on. A lot of people see this, it's a very cool symbol, but you have to avoid using this in countries like Italy, Spain, Portugal, Brazil, and also Colombia. So if you can see, it's mostly the Latin American countries. Yeah, and why do we don't use this? Why do we not use this in these countries? It's because you can possibly break someone's marriage by doing this. So if you were to do this sign to a man, it means that you are telling them that their wife is cheating on them, that their wife is being unfaithful. So if you go around and do these to people of these culture, thinking that you're being cool, you could actually potentially break their marriage. Right? So this is what I mean by how gestures can actually mean different things in different cultures. Yeah. So it is very important for us to know the do's and the don'ts when it comes to gestures when we interact with people who come from different cultures. Right? Okay, so moving on to the next part, paralinguistics. Paralinguistics is also another interesting non-verbal cue that we all give out, right? So a slight difference in the intonation, a slight difference in the pitch. When I put an emphasis on a certain word in a sentence, all these brings different meanings to the sentence, right? So over here I have a sentence. I can't wait to see her. A very, I would say, general statement. Okay, but if I were to read it in different intonations, in different tones, it can bring about different meanings. Okay, so you can actually try this with different tones, different intonations. I will start off with the first one, and then maybe we can get volunteers to do the second and the third one, right? Okay, so try reading this aloud in an excited tone. Okay, so I can't wait to see her, right? So I sound excited, as if I'm excited to see this person, whoever she is, right? This very same statement can actually be read in a sarcastic tone too. Does anybody want to give a try? You can unmute yourself and perhaps try this. This very sentence can be read in a sarcastic tone.
Try, Ansh.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can't wait to see her.
Okay, so you put the emphasis on the can't, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. So I can't wait to see her, right? So it carries that sarcastic meaning to that statement, and it's the same statement. I said it in an excited tone, and Agnes said it in a sarcastic manner. Now, does anybody want to try it in a questioning manner? So this statement has to be read in a questioning manner. Anyone wants to try? Okay, so perhaps you can read it like, I can't wait to see her. So you put the emphasis on the word see, where it sounds like a question. Okay, so same sentence, same statement, but read in different tones with different pitches, different intonations. They carry different emotions and different meanings. Okay, you can also change the meaning by putting the emphasis on different letters. So for instance, when you emphasize on the letter I can't wait to see her. So maybe there's a lot more people that want to see her, but you are telling them that you are the one that is really dying to see her, right? And you also have the word, you can also emphasize on the word can't. I can't wait to see her, or I can't wait to see her, right? It could sound sarcastic or maybe even excited, right? Depending on the depth of the emphasis that you're using. Right, so that is for paralinguistics. Moving on to the next one on body language and also posture. You see, we make an impression about people, about strangers, about people that we do not know in less than 7 seconds. That is very, very quick. Okay, so it doesn't, we don't even have to speak. We don't even have to verbally say anything. And within 7 seconds, if people are making an impression of us within that time frame, it means that they look at us and our body language, how do we look like and all that, right? Studies find that people with people who actually have active body language, people who actively gesture, they are seen as warm people. They are warm, they are approachable, they are friendly and whatnot. While people who don't really gesture when they speak, they are seen as logical, analytic, straight to the point, and cold, meaning to say they are maybe we see them as not so approachable, right? So some examples of body language or postures that we use, or how do we use them appropriately, is a smile basically makes a whole lot of difference when you're interacting, or when you see someone, or when you see a stranger. So assuming you're going in for interviews, you see your interviewer, you walk into the room, the first thing you do is smile. It creates an impression, right? It shows, it tells them that you're friendly, you are approachable, and that that you are ready for the interview. The next one is, of course, make eye contact. Eye contact tells people that you're trustworthy. I know there are differences when it comes to culture in relation to eye contact, but in a lot of professional settings, when you make eye contact, it tells people that you are trustworthy, you are responsible, and you can do the job, right? Leaning in slightly when you speak tells people that you're interested in the conversation and that you are actually listening to what they are saying, right? Hidden hands, this is another thing that we should not do in professional settings. You see, when you're speaking to someone, and if you're actually tying your hands at the back, you're not showing your hands, it tells people that you're hiding something and that you have a hidden agenda. Okay, so this dates back to the prehistorical times, where if you actually have hidden hands, it means that you are carrying a weapon, your opponent is actually carrying a weapon, and that you are in a dangerous situation. So our ideas about hidden hands actually stems from there, right? Finally, finger pointing. So a lot of people think that it is very unprofessional to do this, to finger point at things, to finger point at people, right? Some people in a lot of cultures, it is also seen as rude to do this, but rather if you need to point at something, it's best to actually use your thumb to point, right? So enthusiastic gestures, to actually have gestures when you speak, it is good. It shows people that you're warm and approachable, but over gesturing can also be bad because it takes people away from the conversation. So all that they are actually looking at or focusing are on your gestures and not exactly in the words that you're trying to say. It takes away people's attention, right? So gesturing is good, but do not overly do it, right? The next one is haptics, communication through touch. So this is when we talked about the use of touch, embracing people, patting people on the shoulders. And we use this touch to communicate various emotions or various responses to people, right? We can actually use touch to convey sympathy to someone. Let's say someone has lost their loved ones. So you touch them, lightly, gently on your shoulders to give you sympathy. Same goes to when you're trying to be friendly with someone, okay, and you touch them differently, right? People also show power by touching another person, right? Some examples of haptics include handshake, a pat, slap, embrace, doing fist bump, high five, and so on. All these things are considered as communicating with people through touch. Okay, so if we want to bring this into the cultural context, we want to talk about communication via touch. In certain cultures, it is not okay to actually use your left hand to give out something, and this is pretty common in Asian cultures. It is not okay to give out something with your left hand or to actually extend your left hand out to greet someone, right? And in some other cultures, touch is certainly prohibited, right? So for instance, for the Muslims, it is not okay to handshake with someone of the opposite gender if they are not related to you. While for the Indians, when it comes to greeting, they would bring both their palms together towards their chest to greet people. So there are differences when it comes to how touch is used in cultures, or whether at all touch is allowed in these different cultures. All right, the next part. Appearance. So people also, form impressions about you via your appearance, how you look like, your hair, your face, and whatnot. This is also why job seekers are actually asked to dress appropriately when they go for interviews, which is why they're asked to, wear proper shoes, wear proper shirts, wear a blazer, and so on when they go for job interviews, because, your interviewers are seeing you for the first time and you really want a great impression. Before we even utter any words, people already form an impression about us, right? So our appearance plays a role in how we appear in other people's eyes or how other people perceive us. And of course, there are differences, cultural differences, when it comes to how we evaluate appearances. There are definitely different standards when it comes to how people even, evaluate beauty, right? In the Western standards, in the Western perceptions, thinness is associated to being beautiful. It is valued. Okay, you have to be thin to be considered beautiful. But in some African cultures and some tribal cultures, to be plump is associated with having better health, better wealth, and you are also given a higher social status. So there are differences, cultural differences, when it comes to what people would consider as a good look or good appearance. Right. Moving on to the last type of non-verbal cue, artifacts. Artifacts are basically the tools or the objects that we carry with us to represent something, right? So one look, when we look at someone, we know that this person must be this person must be this. Okay, so if you take a look at the images that I've put up on the slide, the first image on my left, so this woman is on a wheelchair. So our immediate idea, our immediate perception is that she is a woman with disability, right? The next image, so this woman is dressed in a particular way, in a traditional Indian attire. So we automatically assume that this must be an Indian woman. Okay, and in the last picture, we see this woman dressed very professionally, and the thing that makes the most impact is the fact that she's wearing a pair of stethoscopes. So that tells us that she's a doctor. These people don't even have to come and introduce themselves to us. We immediately know that they are these people because of the artifacts that they carry with themselves. All right, so we are towards the end of the session. I actually wanted to share a video to you guys. This video was made by a high school teacher. This is on a TV show, Friends. A lot of you might be familiar with this. And this video was actually made by this teacher to teach her students, to teach her her class students about the non-verbal cues, and she has picked out those scenes where these non-verbal cues are being shown or exhibited, right? So I'm just going to play this, and once we are done, you guys are going to share which one you actually found to be the most interesting. All right, so let me share this, and please let me know if the audio is not working. I'm trying to play this.
Yeah, can you put it on full screen then, because it's still your presentation presenter's view.
Okay, let me. Okay, full screen. Okay, never mind. I'll just try to play this from here.
Uh-huh.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Is the audio working? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke.
I'm pregnant. And you're the father, by the way, but you got it.
Your job's a joke, you broke. Your love life's the away.
You know I could get him to forgive us.
I don't know.
I'm telling you. I can do it.
Yeah, he can do it.
It's like you're always stuck in second gear.
He was like this crazy-eyed, hairy beast man. He was like a Bigfoot or a Yeti or something. Hi, just so you know, we didn't mean to fog you. We actually thought you were like a Yeti or something. Hi.
So you like the short hair better?
What? Yeti? Danny?
When it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or even your year, but
Phoebes? Hello? Phoebe?
I'll be there for you. When the rain starts to fall, I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you.
If you two are happy, then I'm happy for you. I'm fine.
Really?
Absolutely. I'm fine. Totally fine. I don't know why it's coming out all loud and squeaky, because really, I'm fine.
I'll be there for you. 'Cause you're there for me too.
Joe? Well, I guess Joey went home. Oh, and look, there is still one box that I have to unpack. Oh my God, you almost gave me a heart attack. Oh. Still in bed at 10 and work again at 8.
My best friend and my sister. I cannot believe this.
Sorry, but it's true. I love him too.
My best friend and my sister. I cannot believe this.
Burned your breakfast so far, things are going great. Your mother warned you there'd be days like these.
Let's put aside the fact that you accidentally picked up my grandmother's ring and you accidentally proposed to Rachel.
When people do this, I don't really know what that means.
I'm sorry.
When it hasn't been your
Okay, I'm just going to stop here. Right. Okay, so there were a number of non-verbal cues that we saw in the video, very interesting ones, very funny ones. Which one do you think was the most interesting to you and why? You can just put it in the chat box or you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I think those of us who grew up watching Friends, yeah, will be familiar about this. I think Joey is probably the one who is most well known in terms of his gestures, eye contact, and so on. But I always like Chandler's in terms of his way of the way that he uses tone as a way of as sarcasm. So I think that was really quite unique in terms of a TV character.
Okay, all right. I personally found the part where, you know, that statement where he actually said in two different pictures when he said my best friend and my sister, as if he was shocked and he was not approving it. And then immediately he changed the pitch, the tone after that when he said my best friend and my sister to show his happiness. So one statement, one sentence, but when it's said in different meanings and different pitch and different tone, it carries different meanings to the person in front of you, right? Anyone else?
Anyone?
Yeah, Agnes, do you want to share? Maybe Shirley? Okay. This is based on the video actually, so which one you find to be interesting? There was a part where Joey does this air quoting, which is something that a lot of us actually do when we speak to convey or to say that we don't actually mean the word. But Joey used this when he said sorry, and he doesn't even know why he's doing it. So it sounds something like he doesn't actually mean the apology that he's giving out. The upset, angry scene, yeah. The one where Phoebe moves away, so the personal space, the spatial behavior. Right, okay. Thank you guys. So I'll just move to the very last slide to just very quickly talk about nonverbal communication in workplace. So when it comes to workplace settings, we have to make sure that our nonverbal cues are very professional. We are kept in a professional manner. So first up, the thing with our eye contact, establishing a very good eye contact is important because it It establishes trustworthiness. It tells people we are interested and that we are passionate about what we are doing. The next one is, of course, to have appropriate facial expressions. Do not over gesture, do not overly do it. Have those gestures, have facial expressions, smile, lean in, and whatever not, but do not overly do it. The next one is handshake. This is perhaps the only haptics communication via touch that is acceptable, that is appropriate in workplace. So make sure that you have a good handshake. Purposeful gestures. So make sure when you do gestures, again, they carry meanings. They show people that you're warm and that you are approachable, and that you are interested in what you're doing, right? And finally, like I also mentioned earlier, it is always better to ask than assume what those non-verbal cues mean, especially if you're interacting with someone who comes from a different culture. Like we saw earlier, there are certain non-verbal behavior that we might think is appropriate is not appropriate in other cultures. Okay, let's see, you are talking to someone and that person is not making eye contact with you. You might assume that this person is being rude, this person does not have any interest in the topic of conversation, right? That is your assumption, but it is always best to ask, why are they not looking at you or making that eye contact? Perhaps that person might say that I am not comfortable, or making eye contact is considered rude in my culture. Then you understand, and there you go, right? That's about it for non-verbal cues, non-verbal communication from me. I will pass this to Mr. Zaki for the next part. I will stop sharing.
Hi, thank you, Ashwarya. So let me come straight to the last part. Okay, since I understand this is Friday morning and the week, so probably you're already thinking about what plans that you have for the weekend. So I'll be quick, don't worry, right? So we'll finish by 12. This is my wall actually in my office. These are my students. We had a program before at the School of Communication Creative Arts, Masters of Design Innovation. So I was teaching a class in this program called Psychology of Perception. So one of the things I ask students to do, because these are design students, I asked them to design a poster using abstract representation. So this is actually, the theme that I was giving them this round was actually the Back to Basic campaign organized by SAC. So this is about time management. This is about what? Not really sure. I think this is probably also about time management, basically, but it's symbolic representation. So we have that also as part of our nonverbal communication, the use of images, the use of symbolism when it comes to communication at the cultural heritage level. Okay, now let's look into a few things I'd like to cover now about work values. Nokia is no longer a very famous brand, but I'm sure all of you, I think all of you over here are old enough to probably have at one time in your life Nokia phones. Any one of you still use Nokia phones? Right, maybe no. Nokia is very old brand. But when I was a student in Finland, Nokia was at the top of their market dominance. When it comes to mobile devices, it was up to at some point 70% of the global market share. But you see, eventually they went down as a result of the explosion of smartphones and Apple phones, especially iPhones, especially. But Nokia, what was interesting about I think it's still their tagline in terms of their brand identification. They use the term or the catchphrase over here, connecting people. So when you try to connect people from different cultures, obviously, as Ashwarya was explaining, it could be some misunderstanding. Because we assume sometimes that the way that we do things is acceptable to us. We think that it is universal, when in fact it is not. So here is where it will be important for us to take a bit of a cautious approach. Not to say cautious as in we don't try to interact. We interact still, but at the same time, we try to do a bit more work in terms of trying to maybe read a bit about the culture of other people, ask around those who have been to this country or talk to people of this particular background and learn about things that you can and cannot do, right? Because if things go well in terms of your interaction, communication with someone, then you can get things done much more easily. Because communication is the key when it comes to getting things to be completed. Now, very quickly, this is in a way maybe a bit of a too academic in terms of the point of view over here, but any one of you, I'm sure, we have studied cross-cultural psychology or even organizational behavior as a subject at any point during your university studies. You'll come across this particular theory, Hofstede culture dimensional theory. So Hofstede went on to study different multinational corporations across a number of years. I believe Professor Hofstede is still alive. He is originally from Holland, from a Dutch, but I think he went on to actually stay or work more in Australia. Can't remember exactly which part of Australia. But he went on to establish that these are the major or primary work values that we can use in order to analyze organizational, at the organizational level, both in terms of cultural communication as well as work culture and work ethics. All right, so this is a very brief analysis or presentation of the cultural dimension theory in reference to different countries. You can see one primary difference that you can see is in terms of power distance. In China, power distance is very high. Power distance means between the boss and the worker. There is a bit of distance in terms of communication, in terms of barrier, in terms of psychological also connection. So you don't really talk to your bosses, so you don't share so much things with your bosses because there's that gap or distance between you and the person above you, especially the CEO and so on. But in some countries, that culture is not really very dominant. And I like to think that multinational companies today are very much aware of trying to, if not break down the barrier totally, they try to reduce the gap to ensure that there is more open, dynamic communication in the organization. But in KDU, probably power distance still there, okay. Individualism, yeah, I think in some countries, in the West especially, individualistic kind of personal argument, personal opinion, emphasizing on that is something that is cherished, encouraged, and so on. But maybe in Asian, more conservative society, arguing from an individualistic point of view, or from a personal point of view, sometimes can be misunderstood as if that you are trying to be showing off in terms of your ideas and your opinion, and also can be easily misunderstood as you trying to be a bit snobbish and element of pride in that and so on. So these are the things that challenges that you have that at times when you fail to maneuver or do not understand exactly what is going on can actually lead to consequences that is significant when it comes to your business or professional achievement. I won't go through this very much in detail, but this is an example of a real case situation of a person, not real name, Sarah Marshall went to Colombia, went on to do a very nice presentation about something and based on convincing numbers, persuasive argument, and so on. Right? When she arrived in Bogota the day before, Sarah personally made a sales pitch in which she detailed all the relevant facts, highlighted the various ways forward, and made a clear recommendation of the best solution. But she eventually lost the project to the Spanish team, even though her Colombian counterparts acknowledged the quality of her proposals. So here is where cross-cultural communication actually came into play, even though objectively her proposal or her arguments were much more impressive, much more objectively better. However, communication style, right, that was the determining factor in terms of the final decision. The Colombian government went with the submission made by the Spanish team because they were much more culturally sensitive, They did not go on and give direct solutions. They were more suggesting different options. They were indirect also in terms of pointing out possible weaknesses in the current practice and so on. But in the case of Sarah over here, she went on to go into the details about areas of improvement in a very detailed and was misunderstood, and being detailed as being something that is personal, something which is to the point of view of the Colombian government over here was not something that they want. So it can be something like this, and sometimes what makes a difference between you getting the contract or not getting the contract is not on the basis of your not on the basis of the objective ability or strength of your case. It's more, or it could be one of the deciding factors how you communicate them. Same thing over here also in the case of Carl, a lawyer who went on to Japan. He thought that things were informal, went karaoke with the people in the company, and then he thought that because when he met with the team in Japan, that they were quite informal, they were quite open when it comes to making jokes about things. So he thought that during the presentation he can also make some personal comments at the individual basis. But that was not well received because when you are outside of work, that is, jokes during outside of work. But when you come back to work, I mean, people don't necessarily welcome direct personal comments that you make. So these are the things that we have to maneuver. I'm sure all of you also, in your experience, especially those of you who may have worked in different companies before coming to KDU, you would have noticed that there are some cultural differences in terms of communication, sometimes subtle, sometimes obvious in terms of how you can say things to your boss or how you can say things to the management. But this is, in a way, I like to say, the challenge and the beauty of working life, that things are very dynamic. Things are not necessarily universal and static, because if everything is all routine and the same, I think it's going to be a very boring life. So we learn from this, and I, as someone who is a student and teacher of psychology, I like to observe people. So observing, and then when you look at the different kinds of practices of how people communicate and so on, and you do some self-reflection as well in terms of how you can improve yourself and identifying your own weaknesses and your own mistakes and see how you can change on that part. Now, this is just this is not to be taken seriously. If any one of you who may be someone who has British lineage or even Dutch lineage over here, this is not to be taken that seriously. But this is a point of view that even when it comes to how the British and the Dutch understand or react to things, it's different, even though these two groups of people are from the same continent, from Western Europe, but they understand things in a different way when certain expressions are being used. So, for example, over here, when a British person says "with all due respect," that is always or almost always an indication that that person is going to disagree about what you say. However, from a point of view of Dutch people, right, that is actually something positive. That person is listening to me. So these are the things that, again, subtle things that sometimes we fail to understand because we see things according to our own cultural lenses. Being a Malay, coming from a Malay background, I know this, but at the same time, I struggle still when it comes to understanding certain things because the Malay culture, there's a lot of emphasis on maksud tersirat. You say things, it means a different way, or it means sometimes totally the opposite. So these are how you maneuver around this or how you know more about this. It comes from experience and comes from perception, like I said just now. Perception and curiosity, perceive, observe people, and then be curious enough to ask, right, what happened, especially when you see certain things where you have misunderstood. Try to play back, recall back, trace back the steps and the process, what was said and what was done and so on. And then you identify at what point probably there was this misinterpretation or miscommunication or things that were understood in a different way. Okay. Yeah, those of you who have kids over here, for example, Are you okay when it comes to giving compliments to your kids if they do well in their studies and say, congratulations, you are very good, you are the best and things like that. I grew up, I guess, yeah, I think many of us also, parents are probably still with the old mindset. They don't necessarily express their pride in us in a very verbal way, more in terms of non-verbal kind of reaction, isn't it? So that is something that we've learned. We understood that because it's a bit of a cultural barrier in terms of distance between parent and child. But I think many of us now have become a bit more open to that. Yes, I think Shirley, it's good that we give compliments to our children because I think they need to know, they need to have that positive feedback in order for them to realize or to recognize that we value what they have done, we appreciate, we acknowledge, and also, of course, a key term that we have in psychology when it comes to parental-child relationship is in association with the word or in connection with the word love is the word unconditional love. So it shouldn't be just because of any success that you do or any accomplishment that you achieve. Right? Your love to the child is unconditional. So that is something that at times can be a bit difficult when it comes to parents maybe from a different generation. But I think we have learned how to change that in many ways. Right. Now we come now to the last part, which is a bit of a checklist in terms of general strategies for improving cross-cultural communication. This would be the thing that if we were to suggest what are things that we can improve ourselves, these are some examples that we can look at. First one, clarify frequently, right? Because the assumption that one may have, whatever I say, people should understand or must understand, I think that is something that is wrong. Okay, we ought to, not to say that we shouldn't be, not to say that we ought to have the suspicion that no one understands us. But at the same time, but somewhere in between, I think we ought to figure out that possibly, right, there are some people who may not understand clearly what we are saying, so we need to clarify ourselves frequently or multiple times. Now, I personally have this issue. Sometimes I assume whenever I give instruction or pass any advice to any of my colleagues who are under me, I assume that they know, I assume they understand, but then they don't. And then for whatever reason, sometimes you have them not wanting to ask me for clarification out of fear or respect. I think could be a combination of all those things. But in whatever the reason is, both parties ought to be active enough in terms of seeking clarification. For those who are for the person who is giving the instruction and so on, you should be willing to clarify things frequently or more than one time. Do not get annoyed or irritated if someone asks you to explain something more than once. And for the person who is not, very clear about the instruction, then ask. And don't worry about feeling embarrassed. If you ask this, maybe my boss will think that I'm not smart or anything like that. That thinking should not be there. I should really try. Right? Use active listening. Active listening means when someone's talking to you, you acknowledge, yes, sir, or yeah, I understand. And then you give these verbal cues, and short verbal cues or short verbal response to acknowledge that you are listening to that person. Don't just simply, have a blank face and do not give any reaction at all. So that can be something that is discouraging to the person who is trying to explain something to you, and you yourself also probably may not be listening in a very attentive and effective way. So these are the things that we ought to have as part of the dynamism that we want to create when it comes to communication, not just cross-culture, but communication in general. Aim for dialogue, not debate. This is something that, yes, can be an issue one way or the other. Sometimes, I've had the experience of working in a public university before, working under some, very senior professors and so on. when you know, I shouldn't be, again, I don't want to stereotype people, but there are individuals who, after coming to a certain position of seniority and status and so on, they start to think that whatever they say must be true or must be accepted. So whenever someone is probably like giving a different opinion, so they would, you know, they would very strongly try to debate that person and try to win the argument. So winning your argument, and this is the reason why in my years in school or in college, even though my English proficiency is quite okay, but I was never really into going into, you know, any debating kind of activity, because I hate debates in the sense that debate is about winning the argument, even though probably you don't like or agree with your point of view, but you just want to win the argument. But I understand, you know, if there are perhaps law lectures over here, I understand that is something important for you to have as a skill, as a soft skill or presentation skill. But I think generally when it comes to cross-cultural communication at a more larger context, for the organizational health in general, it's more about dialogue. It's about getting that two-way communication, interaction between you or between all parties in the organization, not to debate so much. There are points, there are areas where things needs to be debated, in the sense that you need to find out what is the best argument, or if you want to argue against a certain proposal that is not right, then you debate on that, stand your ground, and that one is fine. But that ought to be the last point, right? The first or last part of the communication process, if it comes to that. The whole other process before that should be there, where there is dialogue, where everyone is listening to different points of view, covering different angles of the conflict situation, and if that's the case, for different points of reference. So all these things I think ought to be there. Be structured and clear. I've come to know, when it comes to presenting to students especially, we ought not to use slides with paragraphs and full sentences. You know, use point system, right? Point forms. That has to be the way when it comes to getting your points across for easy comprehension, right? In terms of clarity, in terms of structure and so on. Use questions effectively and often. Yeah, this can also be in a way debatable. How you ask your question, I think that needs to be further emphasized. Not necessarily, if asking question for the sake of asking question, that sometimes can be a bit annoying, and can sometimes be a sign of dishonesty. That's the word. You know, it's like you are asking questions for the sake of, you know, asking questions just to make the person who is presenting or telling something, you know, putting him in a difficult situation. So asking question effectively, which means that it is for clarity, it is for further understanding, it is for finding more points or solution to the issue, that one is fine, right? So the key word is effectively. If I may add another one, should be also constructive questions, and not questions that are sarcastic or trying to, you know, put down others or patronizing others. And this is the last one, the last page, which is invite feedback, do not just expect it. I think these are issues that many of us who may have a certain managerial position struggle to sometimes. We expect our subordinates or people under us to give us feedback, and we don't do anything more than that. So I think we ought to create space, an avenue for your, you know, officers or your people who are under you to give you feedback. So invite them, you know, encourage them, or provide a regular platform or easily accessible platform for them to do so. For students, of course, we say that they have the teaching evaluation report, but then, yeah, at least it's there, but we ought to also do this in a more consistent way throughout the semester. It doesn't have to be only at the end of the semester. So I think this is something that we ought to change. I think teaching in terms of strategy, in terms of pedagogy in the future will always move more towards interactive two-way kind of teaching rather than just one way of the lecturer or the teacher teaching in front and everyone just listen and take notes. I think that way of doing things probably is still okay, right, at certain level, but at the tertiary level, I think it's something that needs to really, really be changed. Right, so I do understand that also. When I first came here to KDU, you know, all of us lecturers who came to KDU, you have to go through teaching evaluation or observation by TLC. I remember the TLC person at the time, Mr. Elwin Lau, was telling me that in the feedback that he gave me, he said, you are a good teacher, but you are not a good facilitator. I take that. I think it's a good constructive comment that, you know, many of us probably we are good when it comes to explaining things. What I'm doing now, I explain things, but then when it comes to getting people to interact back with you, that is a challenge. But we ought to try and improve on that. Grade your language to suit your counterpart. Now, this can be a bit tricky. Now, yeah. The use of colloquial terms, for example, is it okay or not okay when it comes to communication in general or cross-cultural communication in particular? Now, here is where I think, and in the context of Malaysian society, we have issues. First of all, when it comes to the use of language itself, sometimes we are insensitive of the fact that there are people in the crowd or in the room that they don't understand the language that we're speaking, right? So we continue to speak with our friend in a language that only the two of us understand, but the rest do not, or the other person do not. So that's really rude now, right? Because you are not respecting, right, the presence of another person who is not able to participate or to hear what is being talked about. So this is not just, of course, we often point this to our Chinese friends, they speak Chinese or Mandarin to each other, and then the Indian and Malay colleagues or friends are unable to follow what's going on. This happens also, I think, in many other contexts as well. Within the Malay society, for example, because we have, just like, you know, I'm sure all the other ethnic groups also, you have your sub-ethnic groups. So amongst the Malays, you have people from different states in Kelantan, Kedah, Terengganu, and so on. So people, when you are together with your fellow Kelantanese, for example, or fellow friend from Kedah, from the north, you speak in your accent, and you ignore the fact that there are other people in the room who are not accustomed or not used to, right, the dialect that you are using. So you ought to really look into how, when you communicate, it is at the point where you are maximizing the level of understanding in the room. But I would probably draw the line when it comes to dumbing down your way of speaking to the point that you use certain, you know, street words or colloquial words that may not actually sound very nice, especially when you see according to the especially when it comes to academic setting. I know, and you guys also probably know also, when you look into your teaching survey now, there is an item, I think it's still there in the item, that whether the teacher actually used colloquial terms or not, because that used to be a problem over here in KDU, where some lecturers use colloquial terms so much, and then students, because we have students with different backgrounds, some of them are very, they are okay when it comes to colloquial terms and so on, but some are very, you know, more from the upper middle class, urban, private school kind of environment. So they speak proper standard English. So when you have lecturers speaking colloquial terms or mixing, you know, Malay words or Chinese words in their when they lecture, they find that to be very, very not nice. So they would complain back to the management or to the teaching evaluation report. So we ought to take that positively, because I think that is something that we ought to know when it comes to formal setting. You know, a certain way of speaking is there. But if you're informal, that's fine. So understand your crowd, understand your circumstances, your situation. Make sure that your verbal and non-verbal communication agrees. You know, this sometimes can be an issue. You know, sometimes you say something, but your verbal, your non-verbal cues seems to indicate the opposite. All right, so I like to think sometimes when it comes to your non-verbal communication aspect, it's beyond your control. At least for me lah. I really am someone who struggle when it comes to hiding if I don't like something. So even if I have to say that I agree or I accept, but normally people would be able to see that I'm not okay, right? From my non-verbal communication cues. Is that a weakness or is that a strength? I like to think that it is a strength, but at the same time, I recognize also it can be a problem when it comes to adjusting to certain situations. So again, with regards to many things in life, find a middle path. Something that I continue to remind myself also, right? It's good for you to stand your ground in terms of wanting to emphasize on your opinion, but once a decision has been made, and then in a way that you cannot go beyond that anymore, then look into it and then see how you can actually look into that. Know yourself to know others. So I think this is something which is everyone ought to know. You need to understand yourself, your own cultural practices, cultural knowledge, and so on, and also the people around. So these are some general rules or strategies I think are important for us to know about. So to wrap up again, so the point that I mentioned earlier in the workshop, I said 3 terms, so 3 words I would say is a summary of all the information, strategies of effective cross communication. First one, perception. Number 2 is curiosity. The last one for me is respect. All right, so if you are just someone who understands different perspectives and you're curious about different people and different cultures, but you don't respect these differences, you look down at others, or you have a rather ethnocentric view of things where you consider your way of doing things is better than others, then it's not right. So effective cross-cultural communication is not just about accepting or perceiving or curious about the differences, it's also about respecting that there are different ways when it comes to people, how they speak, how they react, and so on. Understand that. Of course, certain things maybe you can say, I don't want to change. I want to stand my ground. In Malay, we say, jati diri, you need to maintain that. But, you need to maneuver around also the fact that you need to show respect to others and not just simply emphasize on your own cultural points of view at the expense of the feelings and emotions of other people. Right, which is why now in all organizations in Malaysia, and I'm sure also in many parts of the world, there is a strong emphasis on diversity and inclusion as part of the official human resource or management practices that they have, right? So this is something that we have over here in KDU as well, right? The DEI committee, there's an E over there, equity, the diversity, equity, inclusion has been around for a couple of years now, organizing a couple of events and talks and so on. So diversity is something important for us to recognize. It's not just to recognize as something that exists, but also recognize and respect. It's not just about tolerating, it's about respecting, right? Then inclusion is about welcoming all, right? Accepting all. That is something which is easier said than done. We all in a way like to say that, oh, I welcome all opinions. I am open when it comes to criticism. Anyone can meet me. There's no hierarchy over here. But then, here is where words, verbal communication, you can say that, but then when it comes to your action and non-verbal behavior, we can see that it's a different game, or it's a different practice altogether. So maintaining that consistency, I think, is a challenge, not just over here in KDU, but many other parts or many other organizations, I'm sure, in different areas or different parts of the world. Okay, so I think that's all I would like to cover for today. If anyone probably want to say or share anything, yeah, you are welcome to do so. Any reflection or conclusion that you would like to make. On my part, I really appreciate the fact that there are about 5 of you who stood your ground and stayed throughout the workshop. Very, very happy that you are willing to spend your Friday morning with both myself and Ms. Aishwarya to discuss some of these issues. We don't know how much exactly that we are able to achieve the objectives of the workshop, but we hope at the very least that you have come across information that is useful for you, not just in terms of in relation to being a member of this organization, but also in terms of your own individual personality and character development. All right. Thanks, Shirley. All right, thanks for your kind words. All right, I was looking just now when you guys, I missed out certain chat submissions just now. Yeah, I think some of you do have similar experience like me, studying and working in public universities. Yeah, true. Public sector, public universities in particular, formality, hierarchy, structure is very important. You say you want to change that, that requires, I think, a process of evolution slowly. Not only that, I think some of you probably have, friends or family members who are medical doctors. There are different culture between private hospital and public hospital. Public hospital, you have the senior doctors, professors, and so on. They just, bagi arahan aja. You just give instruction to the to the trainees, to the MO, medical officers to do all the work. But if you are in a private practice, things are a bit different. So these are the things that we ought to know and recognize, right? Some of us probably may not be working over here in KDU forever, so you may move on to work in different organizations. It's good to, before you move on to another organization, to study about the culture of that organization to a certain extent. Talk to some people who are still working there or have worked there before. Be proactive also in terms of finding information from Glassdoor, from LinkedIn, or from Google review about the work culture of that place. And why I say this, because I've been here for quite a number of years now, 9 years to be exact, in December. So over the last 9 years or so, I've seen staff coming in and colleagues who have left the organization. A number of them, they have left for greener pastures, but there are also some who actually left and then they don't regretted leaving. So before you do anything in terms of that, in terms of career move and so on, it's good to study about the organizational culture of the place that you are going and see whether you can adapt yourself over there or not. Same thing also, if any new staff who comes over here in KDU, on occasions, as the academic department head, I had to, and on one or two occasions, clearly explain that you can't be judging the way that we do things over here based on your previous place practices, from the point of view of your previous workplace. So things can be a bit different, and when things are different, not necessarily one is better than the other. It's just that the context and situation is just a bit unique, right? Compared to another place. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Any last comments or last views? Aishwarya, any last words?
No, not really, other than just thanking those who are still here, who stuck with us throughout the throughout the training. Yeah, hope it was beneficial. Hope I was able to share a bit of a knowledge on nonverbal communication to those of you guys who are here.
Okay. All right.
That's about it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you to the organizers also, TLC, for inviting us to do the workshop. Yeah, I guess we would have liked, of course, to have more participants, but we understand, considering the timing of the event, that it's difficult to get a crowd to come in. But hopefully, whatever that we have tried to cover today have benefited at least to whatever little extent to those of you who are here, and you can bring back this in terms of your communication and your relationship with your colleagues over here, and also with others in your own environment, in your own family, friends, and so on. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Yes, bye-bye.
Thank you, bye all.
Over to you, Hazim. I don't know whether I should close this myself, or I think Hazim will close this then. Right, yes, have a nice weekend. Thanks, Shirley. Thanks, Agnes. Thanks, Fionn. Thanks, Jeanette. Morgana, I know she had to leave just now because she was not feeling well. All right, bye-bye.
Bye all.